Hello, welcome, good afternoon. Apologies for being 30 seconds late. I got slightly distracted replying to someone on Discord, and I missed my usual, well, I missed the start time for my start routine. I start the actual stream 1 minute before everything is supposed to go, or before I need it to actually go live, and then 10 seconds before I need to start playing the music, I click the go live button. But yeah, I got distracted. Anyway, we're going to continue on with this today. Hopefully we don't kill any more of our workers. We're going to leave our music up. This time, I think. I think we've heard all the music in this game, and while it's nice and chill, I do like to have my music on in the background. It should be lower volume for you guys than it is for me. This is deliberate, and hopefully it's not too loud. Okay, game is still paused. Right. So, we need to start expanding production. Apparently our trucks are very busy again. Ah, yes, that's why we have 4 of these. I wanted to tweak this design so that I could have 3 running off of 1 set. So I might just tweak it entirely, but we do need to start building up some resources. What are you complaining about? Alright, yeah, you're turned off, that's fine. Let's get the thing going, set it back to 1 speed. I want to move this, but well, I want to move this so that we can get the pipings to the rest of this, so we can upgrade them. And I think before that, the thing we actually need is more of these. So let's get a couple more down. Tree is in the way. Okay. How do I cancel? There we go. I'll guarantee that they cut down the tree that I need them to. Are you guys done digging? Nope, you're still working on the digging, that's fine. I'm probably going to cut down this entire section of this mountain here. We have plenty of places to be dumping the rock, and we are going to be trying to build... what's the hotkey for that? Z. We are going to be trying to build this, although it might be better off we try to get over here if we want to get groundwater. Because this is flat at least. So it'll be easier to cross. But I think we'll build the bridge over here once. No, I'm going to change plan actually. What we'll do is we'll move this over to here so that we can cut this down, and we can build a bridge over here so that we have access to the other copper that's over here later as well. That seems like a better way of doing things. This is a building for vehicles. I think we'll still keep the sorting plant where it is. Okay, that's all fine. Let's duplicate this. Get ourselves more bricks. Consume some more of the dirt. A lot of this is going to get moved soon. Okay, good. That tree's gone. Let's... How many... Okay, yeah, let's... Do you actually have an output yet? You don't, so you're... Okay, that's fine. Its output is itself, so that means that it will stockpile there. Our mound of trash that we're refusing to drop into the sea. Oh, did we ever build that? No, because we was waiting for these guys to actually finally cut out this bit here. Our trucks are currently busy. One of these trucks can be removed from here because the other one we'll need later. Right, we still have some... We're still on planning mode. Unpause that construction. That one can stay paused for now. Was there anything else we told it to build? Yes. All of that lot. Increase brick production. Is it brick production that's slowing us down? No, it's actually iron production. So it gets sifted in here, then it gets macerated. This is also basically just a giant sieve. And then it's being rotated and then pulled into another sieve. And yeah, things are falling out of there is how it's supposed to work, looking at it. I'm just curious how accurate to real life this kind of thing is to separate things out. Because you would be working on... You're not stuck in there, are you? Now, there was a way to fix this. You can always recover a vehicle using the recovery action to avoid situations like this. Use ramps. I think we need to use the recovery action on it because it's stuck in a building. Is the vehicle depot not currently running? It isn't, okay. Okay. That's built, that's being built. We still have loads of copper, but I would like to get through some of this so that we can let this truck empty out. Let's unpause the area, actually. Okay, now all of that stuff works. I'm going to tweak this so that it's running 3 machines rather than 2. Let's just, now that we know how all of this stuff works and connects together, let's just strip it all back. Cut these to give ourselves some more room. We're still in planning mode. You should be configured to iron scrap. You should be configured to iron ore, and you are coal. Metallurgy, blast furnace. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How big are these grids? U-shaped belts. Now my pedanticness is getting in the way. Okay. We'll run coal over the top. Where it needs to be run over the top. Oh, what the hell do you connect to? It's not what we wanted you to connect to. That's what we were trying to do. Okay. These do have to go over the top of the other things. That's fine. Because channel or modern channels can't go up. Is there any reason to have a balancer on molten channels? I suppose there's no reason not to either. Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought. These can work that way. Okay. For waste management, we'll put the smokestack over here. Let's put it directly there, and then we can pipe here, go up to immediately. Incompatible port? That doesn't make sense. CO2, CO2, CO2. That should be compatible. Actually, thinking about it, no, that's this isn't the right way to be doing this. Now this is just being a tad awkward. There we go. Why is it telling me that the port is invalid? That doesn't make sense. All of these outputs are connected to CO2 output. It shouldn't have any problems connecting with each other. Is it because... maybe it's because... okay, maybe what I need to do to get this to behave is it's still trying to be directional. That might be the problem. There we go. It's the order of operations that we needed to build it in to get it to do what we wanted to do. That, I imagine, is loose. Yeah, slag is loose. It's not solid. So it must be one of these. Why can't you go that way to just get one high? Is there any way I can rotate this? Can you really not make that? You can go up in three, or get up to that level in 3 straight. 1, 2, 3, which means it's... the pipe is in the way for some reason. That doesn't make sense. The pipe is 2 up. Okay, well, if they want to do it that way, then that's the way they got to do it. I don't understand why the way I want to do it doesn't work. It looks like it should do. But we'll do what the game asks. Let's replace this entire section so that it connects correctly. Okay, and we're going to need this to do the same. Is it going to be cheaper to have 2 flat balancers or make 2 longer belts? And then just put the balancer here. Oh wait, that's a flat balancer anyway, that's the wrong kind. It's going to cost 3. No, this is technically slightly cheaper. Still raise off the ground. There we go. Yeah, thought that might be a bit too close. Wanted to check. Should be able to do that though. Really? How is that distance there? Those 3 there, not the equivalent of that. Maybe if we get rid of this last segment. I bet I know why it's not working. It can't go down. Oh no! It does work! It just needs to be corrected into what it was trying to do. Can I get those to match though? There we go. Okay, that's triple iron production planned. Have you still not had the opportunity to empty? Have you still not crafted any? You're full. I don't really want to be dumping any of this. I think I'm okay to dismantle this. I don't think it's going to cause a problem. Okay. Your area wants to be... basically here. Okay, good. Did we actually push the upgrade button for this? No. Let's get them both upgraded. We have no research. Settlement water. What are our current tasks? Build a fuel station. Yes, we're waiting for that to be cut down. Coal mine is in the progress. Build a water facility. Build a groundwater pump and ensure water gets delivered. I have no water deposit nearby to put a groundwater pump on. Oh, and that's going to generate wastewater as well. The most nearest wastewater is over here, so we will need to have a new liquid dump. I might loop the output of this round to here. Actually, yeah, I don't think that's going to be able to go around that. Or rather, over it. We would have to bring it around this way. If we wanted to connect it as an input over there, but the plan is that these are going to get moved, so there's going to be even more of these anyway, so... It is set to build at the minute. Oh, did this just run? Okay. There we go. Food and vegetables. They're balanced at the moment, at least. We should at least have some research going. Edicts, tree planting. We're going to need tree planting sooner rather than later, I imagine. Advanced logistics control. Conveyor lifts. So they're just vertical conveyors. Concrete production. Limestone, coal to make cement. Cement, sand, crushed slag, make concrete slabs. We're running out of maintenance. I think one of our maintenance buildings is turned off. We have the people to maintain it now. Let's turn it back on. Sand, manufactured sand. Crusher, crushed slag, rock to gravel, gravel to manufactured sand. Crushed quartz. Do we need quartz for this? Quartz is probably going to be required later. But that's all on a different island that we don't have access to. We have access to sand here though. much we would need for retaining walls. We probably should get this. And I do want to start getting some surfaces down. Let's get tree planting first, because if we run out of trees, then everything stops at the minute, because we're still using trees for coal. And then we'll queue up the rest of this. Queue up that. Then custom surfaces, then retaining walls. Have you made it to the coal yet? How far away are you from the coal? You're still a ways away from the coal. Let's change how we have this set up. We know we can go 5 lower than what's there before things start collapsing. So let's flatten that back out to 3. And then from 3, that's still flat. I want you on a slope, please. Dump there to flatten it out. That's better. Actually, we shouldn't do that there. We'll leave this here for the time being, which means we need to flatten out to here, I think, is going to be the best way of doing this. And then dig down here. And then from here, dig out this area here. Once we started getting access to some coal, we can start being a little bit more specific about things. I am going to allow you to dump rock and temporarily dirt. As well as waste. There's some mining designations outside of... Oh, right, all of this lot. What the devil are you doing over here? None of these guys should be mining. That's... Let's temporarily give this some more, because we need to get access to the coal before we run out of trees. Or nearby trees. Wood's used for other things. Yeah, once that's been dug out a little bit more, we can add a third one along here. Still not enough maintenance? Are we running out of... We're running out of mechanical parts. Because we're running out of iron. Because we've nowhere to dump the dirt. Okay, you can dump dirt here. Let's add that back to here. Doesn't our... actually, we may have disabled global dirt dumping, don't we? Nothing is allowed to be dumped. Slag and rocks are allowed to be dumped. Globally, at least. Let's change... We know we need dirt for other things, so let's tell it that it doesn't have to dump as much dirt. There's just a bunch more around, and then we can have dirt be globally dumped again. Which means we technically don't need to set this up any more than we already have, but we may as well. Have you finally cut out the bit that I needed you to cut out in order for me to be able to... Almost. There's this little bit here I still need it to actually do. And once it has done... Actually, it needs a little bit more flattening out. And then we can get it to actually start mining the iron specifically again. Okay, so that fueling station would need... Coal's all there, coal is all there. Oh, so we can only have one or the other. Okay, good, they're done. Continue digging this way. Although, why are you not doing any of this? How have we run out of power? Oh, because we turned that off. We turned that off when we were running low on workers. Trucks are very busy at the moment, dealing with all the dirt that we're currently digging. But hopefully we're going to be starting to get some iron. Let's pull one of you out of there. Okay. You are backwards, and I'm still in. I didn't realize that. I'm still in planning mode, that's why nothing's getting built. So first things first. Actually, building these isn't going to help anything at the moment, so let's not worry about those. I think it's more important we get those up and running and those up and running. Turn that off for the time being. Looks like that truck finally got to go away. Have we got rid of all of our copper? Can we finally send the ship out again? We can! We can finally do something with our ship. Okay, so all of that can stay running now. That does mean that we do need to get the, at least an excavator and a truck back over here. We need the more coal currently more than we need the... Well, I would like to get to the coal more than I'd like to get to that, so let's get that sorted. That is priority 1. We get problems immediately if... I mean, we can actually pipe directly into that at this point. Things whether we can't pipe directly into these is the wood and the bricks, because we haven't got... This is all a temporary setup. How near are we to... Okay. Add that to the queue. We do not have a means to get to groundwater, though. Well, we do, it's just a long way away. Build a water facility, build a groundwater pump. We built a water facility. Oh, we haven't enabled it. Because we also haven't allocated a place to dump it. Let's move this. That is not fair. I can move it, but I can't move it here. Things are breaking because of maintenance problems. So we'll pause for a second while I allocate this lot. Does that not count as the ocean? Okay, we're going to need to actually extend that out slightly. It's weird that that bit there doesn't count as the ocean. We'll pause the construction of that for a while then. Okay, let's have a look at these other problems. We knew maintenance was low. It should be being fixed. Vehicle broken as it lacks maintenance. Machine broken as it lacks maintenance. Trucks are once again very busy. These are being produced here. We've got plenty of those. Steel plates we're having issues with. Do I need another one of these to feed two of these? This uses 1 every 20 seconds. 6 every 60 seconds, rather. No, that's how many that's in there. Yeah, 1 every 20 seconds, 6 every 6, so 1 every 10 seconds. This is producing... We do need 2 of these. Or to upgrade this. Can we upgrade it? No, we can't. We are going to have to duplicate it and turn this off for now. Which probably means that we're also going to need to disable some other things. Let's temporarily disable all of these and all the copper production. Just to try and give us opportunity to recover our maintenance. Pickup has no compatible sorting plant for mixed cargo because, yeah, we turned it off. Mining control tower has no available designated in its mining area, that's fine. Why have you stopped? You're not stuck, you're just not trying. You have a path. You literally have a path. We're going to need to give them additional assistance. Still got maintenance issues. Okay, maintenance issues should be being fixed now. We have a stockpile of iron plates, we just don't have much at the moment. I wonder if there's a way to designate a higher priority area for dumping. It should have a means to get there. Would this path have to be too wide for it to do that? Why don't you try to go over to here first? We have 1% maintenance, which is better than nothing. We need to send the ship out somewhere. Temporarily remove the dumping area from this. We'll also increase our mining area. So that we can do what we said we wanted to do and cut through the entire mountain. We won't start doing it in a minute, we just want it to have the area to do it. Okay, we don't want to dump in your area. Let's pause for a second, because I don't want it to be dumping trash into the ocean. So let's tweak your area. Bring it in a little. Okay, unpause. Come on. How can you not? You must be able to. Does that really have to be too wide, or are you just... I'm going to turn that back on for a second, just so that I can recover this and see if it was over on this side, if it could figure shit out. Alright, no, we can actually do it that way. Go to there. Now go to here. Now go to there. Just needs a little bit of babying, and then it will figure its shit out. Same goes for you. Come on over to here. No, 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 no. Well, it's working. We are starting to get maintenance through again now. And we have a stockpile, so we can turn this back on for a bit. We're low on wood. And that's probably thanks to the cold and the fact that we have almost finished mining all the, or cutting down all the trees we set it to. You may cut down these trees instead as well now. Okay. We are where we are low maintenance. Tree planting research. Okay, tree planting. Tree planting provides a renewable source of wood. To start, you need to obtain tree saplings by growing them on farms. A forestry control tower is required to designate a tree replanting zone. This has an area which is the working space where assigned vehicles will operate. It can be changed similarly as the mine control tower. To plant and harvest trees, you need to create forestry designation inside the area. You also need to build a vehicle called tree planters and assign them to the forestry control tower. Once the saplings are available, the planter automatically picks them up and plants them in the designation. Tree harvesters will automatically cut down fully grown trees as long as the trees are situated on the tower's designation. You can also plant trees manually. The available type of trees can be found in the build menu. Location explored. Found some loot. Hurrah. Not enough fuel to refuel vehicles. It's presumably because nobody is bringing the fuel over. Okay, probably need to store a little bit more fuel here then. That is unable to be built. Good. Those belts are automatically running. We really should start looking at getting this thing, or this lot of things, more working. If I'm going to put trees down, they need to be somewhere nearby, or they need to be somewhere nearby this. All of that is coal. I actually don't have a great amount of workable areas. Well, they started building that. It's still not quite enough. Okay, once that's flattened, then we should be able to put the liquid dump there. And we can pipe that directly up. Assign a pickup to the fuel station to have it automatically refuel all your excavators. I didn't know that they... Okay. How? There's a tiny little bump there. Has the thing slipped? No, this should be pretty much a smooth journey, or smooth thing down. Or smooth enough at least. Why does that not count as a valid path? I mean, I can see the bump here, but it says it's dug it out properly. Maybe that'll do it. Yeah, because if it slipped for some reason, which it shouldn't have done, I don't think, maybe dirt may behave differently to rock. So allowing this to replace the rock here with dirt may have been a bad idea. So that may be something we need to tweak. That done? So that I can at least place this down in planning mode? Not quite. There we go, we have a space we can put it. Not sure what I'm going to do on what I can do about the water. Okay, You don't need to turn the copper back on just yet. You managed to find another location. Bunch of resources. Good. Doesn't have the fuel at the minute. It's not that we don't have the fuel, it's that we don't have the trucks. We need to make some more trucks. That may actually be stuck now. We have edicts unlocked. Not that we have the unity at the minute to do anything with it. Every month, 4% of the population will have to pack their things up and leave the island. Growth boost. Okay, we can now disable natural growth. Food consumption, food plenty. Okay, we have plenty of food, so let's get ourselves some additional unity. Vehicle fuel saver, maintenance reducer. We've managed to sort out maintenance, farm and boost, which we don't need. Population growth. We don't need more. Let's reduce maintenance costs. Where is the next tier of research lab? Yeah, but we do need to make lab equipment in order to be able to use this. We just don't have the production at the minute to be able to keep up, so we'll have to leave it as is for now. Okay, concrete production. Okay. Establish a coal mine. We're working on it. We're trying to get down there. We know where the coal is. It's just getting access to it at the moment that's the problem. Copper's fine. We still have some basic materials. What's up with you? Are you... Why no job? No job because this needs to be mined out and it's in the way. So the problem was, the problem was that it got itself into a position where it's stuck, but only one digger can work on any given square at any given time. I'll let them go through the motions of cutting that lot out. I think we still have... Did we unassign it? We haven't unassigned it. No, let's just set them going. We know we have every intention to cut this mountain down, so let's just cut the mountain down. Flatten the entire area, if you please. And then dump it over here. Otherwise, we are starting to make our bridge. We could build the water facility. We got rainwater around, so yeah, let's pipe this up now. How much water storage do you actually have internally? A decent amount, but let's add additional fluid storage for it. It is going to be easier to bridge across here if we need to get to the water. And extremely busy, our trucks. You know what? Since we have enough fuel, let's just keep all of these full. Assign that to water. Keep it full, please. Now, what do we do about the quest that wants us to build a groundwater pump? The nearest one is miles away. This is our nearest groundwater. For the distance it has to travel, surely these are better. Although these require terrain. Average water collection 3.5 while it's raining. Provides 48 every 60 seconds. So it's 10 times more efficient but requires maintenance. And we are not consuming all of our vegetables. Can I turn the irrigation part of this off? That researched quickly. Quicker than concrete did. Walls will collapse if they hold more than 5 units of height, or if they're overfilled. Still not be able to do that. We need this to get down to the coal. Once it gets down to the coal, then the amount of wood we're using goes down. And we can try and figure out from there. So we need you to dig like your life depends on it. Dig faster. Can I in any way, shape or form get you to get out of there? Without having to recover you. Let's just recover you. Do we need more? We can get coal from you for fuel or fuel for coal. We can get concrete slabs from these guys for wood. Okay, let's set up... Oh, well, let's work on the idea that we'll set up automated wood and we'll just trade for concrete slabs for the time being. We'll go that way. Concrete, bricks, cobblestone, vehicle maintenance, stone surface, metallic surface, paint. Now that we're actually using the water from these to bring it over here. I don't really need farm booster. Let's leave things as they are for now. We have individual outputs for each food. We don't currently actually have a means to sort, do we? From a belt. Do we still need this anymore? This was... Yeah, no, we shouldn't need this soil sorting plant anymore. So let's get rid of it. Okay, you've now got down to the point where we should be able to give you your second digger back. You've still not got down to where the coal is. Okay, there was some slightly more accessible coal here, but I don't think digging this down was a bad idea. Trash pile is almost at its maximum capacity. Okay, now we have an excess of wood. Let's trade wood for that. Okay, how big are these tiles? It is one for a single tile. Did they get consumed? Suppose we have to wait for they're over here. There we go. And later on we're going to get, where was it? Advanced vehicle logistics. Enables manually assigning buildings to each other to set up routes that trucks will follow. Supported by storage, mine control towers. Also enables assigning trucks individual storage. Plus 20 vehicle cap. Trucks are still extremely busy. They're not using the road. We've assigned them a road, or we've built a road and they're not using it. Probably needs to be a bit bigger anyway. Is this full again? No available places to dump products. What about the bridge? Dirt is still a valid place to dump products. Do they actually have coal in them now? No, there's still dirt and stone. So they should be trying to get to there. Which means, for whatever reason, Once again, this path is broken, even though it looks basically fine. This is getting annoying that this just keeps collapsing by the smallest amounts. But I guess that does answer my question. We can't have a one wide here. Probably not unless we've got some kind of retaining wall. Maybe if we had a retaining wall along here, this would be fine. Maybe it's because it's made of dirt rather than stone that it falls in easier and it's moving around easier. Because that doesn't look as steep, I don't think. Which is fine, we just need to learn these things. If the coal is there, we will have to move this ramp back slightly. If it's the ramp that's causing the problem. But if we're going to do that, I want the retaining walls first. Because if we lose this bit of ground here, that's going to cause a different kind of problem. Or just cause the same problem again, rather. That research is almost done. And yeah, these are 1 per square. Which will make this exceedingly expensive. So for the time being, let's cancel this. I don't think they have anywhere to put those. Okay. When the terrain is dug from underneath a building or landslide that buries a building, it may trigger building collapse. In that case, the building gets lost and it can trigger further landslides and collapses. When mining a deeper mine, terrain can also collapse, blocking vehicles from entering and exiting the mine. Each material has its own property and how steep... Okay, yes, I was right when I was guessing that. You can build retaining walls to prevent terrain from uncontrolled collapse. They're designed to hold terrain in place. They can hold up to 5 tiles of terrain. Retaining walls are best built before the mining... are best built before mining/dumping. They can also be built on top of any previously designated mining or dumping area. Any terrain higher or lower than 5 beside the retaining wall will cause a collapse. Retaining walls can also retaining walls can be also used to create places for dumping in otherwise unsuitable areas. Okay, let's pause. Just get rid of some of the exclamation points that we don't need to know about. Short wall, long wall, corner, cross, T. We're going 3 to -2, so this is, in theory, the deepest it will let us go. Along this bit here. And it's the entranceway we care most about that's causing us problems. I'm going to draw this in a line. It'd be really more convenient if I could draw it in a line. Why? Why is that not valid? It's built... Oh, because it's not lined up correctly. This is why I want to build it in a line. Because I want to build it at the same height as that. We are eventually going to dig this bit out as well. In reality, we really should be moving everything back slightly. Because a lot of this resource, or a lot of these resources are underground. Okay, we'll work on that assumption then. Can I build that directly in front of that? We can. You're above ground, not what we're trying to do. Overlaps with terrain designation. We forgot to send it back down again. We will redesign the mine is what we will do. Let's just get all of this cancelled out. That is not cancelling that out. Let's try that again. Let's get that fixed so these things can get out of here. Does that have anywhere to dump its fuel? Yeah. Export priority 1. Probably going to want to move this back as well a bit. It might be fine there, actually. So long as we protect the air or protect the area around it from collapse. Interesting. The building isn't fully square. Okay. It's figuring stuff out now. Let's turn that off because we don't currently need it. It's clearly overflowing. I'm not sure what we're going to do about our mound of trash. Are we getting to... We're getting close to the ability to burn it, aren't we? To get rid of it. Yeah. Comes after housing. But it does require that we have a better research lab available. We need to get this done first. Resources. We're short on so many resources. Okay, then once that's empty, we can move everything a bit. In fact, for now, since we don't need any of that, one, two, three, four, five. Okay, you've been emptied enough now. We won't start digging operations again. I mean, we've already unallocated it, yeah. So we can at least start doing the planning part of this. That's as far down as we can take it with a retaining wall at that level. Now, how would I get it to go deeper, if we wanted to go deeper? We'd have to like have a section here. And then put another retaining wall along there. So for this lot over here, what we'd end up having to do on... We may not actually be even able to get down that far. That would all have to be dug down to 2, and then we'd have another retaining wall along there. Now, how would I do a zigzaggy bit? And now let's just do that. We don't mind if this part of the wall falls down. We just need to be able to start getting access to the coal. So yeah, let's just keep a retaining wall going along here for a couple of extras. We'll protect this side, we're not worried too much about the rest of that. That'll be the plan. And that priority 1, just that it builds it in a reasonable order. Okay. what we may end up having is just a retaining wall going around the entirety of the outside, and then a level 2, and then another retaining wall, and then a level below it. That's probably how you're supposed to do it. Okay. We could also use is just flattening out this area here. So let's allocate that. Trucks can come back in. Although, for now, let's get you to not do any of that. Flatten out that area. Give us place to put your ore sifters and your hoppers and whatnot else. You're turned off. Why is your irrigation tank not filling? Is it just that the water's not getting down here because this lot isn't collecting enough? Quite possibly. Okay, let's put ourselves back in planning mode. We need a fuel station. We're also going to need... We don't need, but we are giving these their own dedicated tank. We're then going to need ore sorting plant. Which needs hoppers. Coal, rock, and dirt. Quite right, these are the wrong type of belts. Okay, that's where I'd like to place it. And it did just erase a bunch of it, but we can figure out where that's supposed to be later. Once they've flattened out the part of the ground we need them to flatten out. And then we'll send them back on their digging spree. Looks like they're about out of wood again. So... food and production. Do we want an irrigated farm? This is just for saplings, so no, I don't think so. Now, where is the tree farm? It's a vehicle thing, isn't it? Forestry control tower. Do you have a front? You do have a front. You want a fairly big area. I get the feeling space is going to be one of the biggest problems we have on this particular map. Particularly given the fact that all of our coal is here. So we do have a nice space here to build a larger production line on. We start chopping down these trees as well. Do we have metal plates? No, we are running out of metal plates. Tree harvester is struggling to find a destination it can reach. Okay, so it can't get up to here. Coming over to here then. Let's get you to focus on that line there for me. Okay. So our fuel's fine. Our iron is all over the place. Okay, we've restored our mechanical parts, which means our maintenance should be fine. Food looks fine. That's full. This is full. Copper's getting low because all of this stuff is off. Okay. We temporarily tell them to... Alright, we also need to do that. Their area isn't correct. Give them that area. Temporarily tell them to ignore that lot. Just flatten this bit out. We can build these now. Actually, this is going to be pretty high to keep filled with fuel, because we need coal to make fuel. Your problems at the minute is that you don't have a nearby location that you can drop your stuff off, so you're coming all the way up here. You've done that side, you've done that side, okay. Why are you parked around the back? Fuel station's out of fuel, that's fine because it didn't have any in the first place. It's just sitting there waiting to start construction. So what is our... We're making 24 iron plates per minute. Does show 60? Yeah, that stays ticked on. That's 15. All of this lot is using about the full supply of that. Not accounted for if any of these need any extra. So upgrading these won't make much difference at the moment. I would like to start building up a supply of iron. So that we can do that. Get our first container ship. Start loading. Oh. Did we not have a... We do have a storage. Why do we have extras? You're supposed to keep this empty. Where did this lot come from? Why are you not using it first? Let's temporarily disable these, even though it's a bit of a silly thing to do. Okay, we can also tell it to not do anything with that bit. Okay, if the iron's going to be up here and the coal is here, then maybe we set this section here. Bricks can then go here if we have, what's it called? Yeah, we have our tree farm here. Do we actually have the ability to build shipyard? Not yet. Okay, no, we need the research for it, don't we? Enables the repurposing. basic distiller for water desalination. Seawater pump provides seawater. Basic distiller, coal, water, brine, and exhaust. Not what we was explicitly looking for. What was it? It was a technology. That was it. Cargo depot? Yeah, requires shipyard technology and research lab too. So we would need to get that before we can actually build, use the ship. But I don't see a reason not to repair the ship now. I wonder if things that are being deconstructed get put into the shipyard, and that's why there's stuff from the shipyard. This is where I want it to be. We are on planning mode. You're now working on squares that I don't need you working on. I wish I could prioritize which squares you work on rather than having to cancel the squares to get you to work on the squares that I want you to work on. Come on, those last two. Get them. Get them so we can put this thing down. Then I might consider letting you continue to flatten that out, but I think we need to get this coal mine running. We have done for the last 2 hours. Just figuring out the specifics of how the mechanics work terrain specifically is the thing that's tripping us up. Have you got that last one? You waiting to be unloaded? Okay. If you want to move out of the way. Thank you. Okay. Now you may continue to flatten out that area there. Or I will give you the option, one of you can actually start making your way down here. We need to buy another lot of this. You over here cutting wood? You are over here cutting wood. Products to lend. Loans. You can donate some products to increase your reputation in this settlement. Better reputation you have, the more trade offers you'll get. Reputation affects population adoption. Reputation also affects products have to be delivered by your ship. We have 40, they want 120. We nowhere near have the production to do that. They have water. Right, you have water. That's what this pipe is for. Oh. My bad. That'll be why. Problem is how far the wood currently has to go, I think. How are we on bricks and all this sort of stuff? What's our actual supplies looking like? Let's unpin all of these. Okay, and then we will pin these two, first and foremost. Must keep an eye on our supplies. Then I want to know how much we have of construction supplies. Actually, diesel. Knowing how much diesel we have is more important. So diesel, then construction supplies. Then I am currently interested in how much wood we have, how much coal we have, how much iron we have. Then we'll go bricks and slabs. And everything else we can come into here if we need to know. Okay. Why are you picking up water from here rather than here? We'll not be allowed to deliver water to there. But absolutely should pick water up from there. Export products. I mean, no, it makes more sense if they just export from there. Trucks can't interact with this one though. Put the plans down. Disconnect the pipe so that we can manually hook it up. So it gets hooked up correctly. Okay. I don't think we need it to be an irrigated farm, so we won't look to make it an irrigated farm. I did want to add another pair over here when that gets moved. Okay, that's where all of our lot wants to be. The intent isn't to spread this out further this way, so we can just put the farm here. You will make me saplings. Where are you looking? And you can go there. And plant all your trees there. Let's change. Harvest option cut after 20, after 12 years. Gonna take a long time for the trees to grow. But hopefully once we have coal, we won't actually need that many trees. Okay, this can actually plant a fairly dense amount of trees in it. And we are chopping down more of that mountain, so... If I... move over the designation to be this area here +1. Okay, we are going to need to move this over by 1. Oh no! It just wants to plant to that grid. So it's not this we need to move. We actually need to move this. And assumes it's going by that grid, which means that... There we go. Okay, problem is they're still not doing a particularly good job at picking squares that are useful for me. No, 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 no. Get your ass over there. I have a very specific task for you in mind. I want these flat. Still don't have wood. We want these flat so that we can build on that. Good, now get the other one. Yep, that was sufficient anyway. That did the job. Oh, I actually need you to get a bit more. There we go. Right, now you can continue with your pre-assigned task. Okay. Are these the only things that use wood? We have a facility to find this out. This is just everything that we can make currently. Wood. To make coal. And these are things that we don't have unlocked. Okay. For now, let's disable the production of these. The issue at the minute is no coal. Or more accurately, where is all our coal? We have some in here. That's empty. That doesn't have much coal stored. We apparently have 320 of it, but I'm not sure where that is. Alright, you're still collecting your iron. Ah, it's over here. This is where the other coal is. We've not been making more rubber with that. I am surprised we aren't out yet. Trend is going down. Survey says we are actually now out of rubber. Okay, so we do need to turn this back on again. Can we buy rubber for trade goods? We're currently loading the ship with something else, so we better do it this way for now. We need the wood to trade for concrete so that we can get this bit filled in. Or the retaining wall put in before we start excavating out towards the coal again. You do not get loaded. Okay, we have enough coal all over the place for the time being, so let's temporarily turn these off. Can I pause the loading of this? No, we can only cancel the loading of it. Okay, getting a bit more wood. Should only need one more of these and then that should be sufficient. Indeed, you have got yourself stuck. Okay, let's pause it for now. We need another. Oh, we are going to need a tree planter. We'll probably need some more excavators later. What I'd love to be able to do, maybe this is planned in the future, is I'd love to be able to select multiple of these products. Maybe I can with an and just add it to one chart. So I can just look at that chart and see it's like the line going up or down as to how much of that product I have. Maybe it's a research option? It seems like something really obvious that should be in here, rather than only ever showing me one product at a time. Can we research the tree? No. Oh, maybe. But what the hell would it be called? It's probably graphene or graphite or something. So, arc furnace, silicon reactor to make graphite, right? Yeah, doesn't look like it. That would be a really useful feature, and it frankly surprises me that it's not in here yet. This bridge is going to take ages. Okay, now we'll turn the coal production back on, because that'll get our retaining walls sorted. In fact, let's just speed these up. I'm allocating this bit mostly just to say that We want to keep this area as flat as possible, so we don't accidentally dig it. Because what we'll probably add is a retaining wall along there, down here. Because that has to be a quarry, and quarries appear to be awkward. We are running out of space in our pile of rubbish. Okay. Rubbish we can actually do something about. We can burn it rather than dump it. But for that, we are going to need to unlock the next tier. We need research lab and then burning. Is there anything else we want to get before then? Let's get everything else we can before we actually need the next tier of research. Smart conveyors. So we'll queue all of this up. And then if I tell it to queue that, it should add both. We are going to need more space to dump this stuff, but this is only 3 tall at the minute. We can make it taller. This might end up burying that if we're not careful, so let's just leave that to 2. And change the area before it decides to dump something other than waste here. Still got plenty of trees to cut down over there. Right. I wonder why they're both focused down here. How do they decide where they're going to mine? Okay. Bricks, coal, dirt, and water. The water's over here. Let's start with actually what we need. So this needs coal and dirt are both loose storage. And then water. The water we can pipe in from over here, theoretically. Still don't know whether or not I want to loop these around on themselves. We will. Since we now know exactly where they shall end. We will plan for them to loop around. Actually, no, we can't, because these only go one direction. So doing it that way doesn't actually make any sense. Because all that'll do is feed the water from this side round to that side, which is not strictly speaking what we're trying to do, or we'd be trying to do here. How would we balance the water between both sides of these? Suppose have them all feed into the same two tanks at the top. With a pipe balancer up there, and then have them pipe back down this way. These tanks are actually pretty damn small. We could do that. We would have to shift all of this stuff up some, which isn't a problem. Our mining operation is making its way up nice and steadily. May as well flatten everything out. They've about finished the expansion here, so they're going to start putting more attention into building our bridge up to here. I suppose there's aerial transportation, is there? Zip lines, anything to get or resources from up there to down here? Probably not. We can now build the next tier of housing though. Can we upgrade these? We can. They are expensive though. Can fit more people, provide more comfort, can also provide a monthly unity increase. I think what we'll end up doing is probably building the new ones over here and shifting the old, or removing the old ones. Might be the way, or better way around this. Just so that we can have this line here be dedicated to we may need to expand it out more though at some point later. Yeah, so we can have this line down here dedicated to these buildings. Ah, that's stone. We need to replace this with dirt if we want to have the farmland work on it. Okay, you've lost your designations, but that's still all fine. Do you not have a truck assigned? You do. The truck's just needing to go a long way around. Ah, we've kind of blocked off this way path here. We could fix that, but in reality, once this is built, then they're not going to need it anymore. How fast can pipes move? 60 per second. These are probably too close. Let's give them that much space between them. In fact, once we have vertical balancers, then this becomes a lot easier. We can make it a lot more compact. Okay, so we can manipulate the altitude of these things a little better. If we build from the destination rather than okay, I can understand why it's trying to do that. That's fine, that still works. The issue now is going to be getting resources into this first one. That should go fine. Problem is going to be this getting it into there. At least with it being that close. So this is where we're going to need the vertical conveyors for. Which are a ways off research-wise. Food and fuel are fine. Still waiting on that. Got plenty of coal. We're out of wood, but that's fine. So yeah, we'll need the vertical conveyors to make best use of that. That's fine, we can hook up the rest of this. Where did I put the smokestack on this one? I think I put it on the end, didn't it? Didn't I? Yeah. We'll put it roughly in the middle on this one. Don't know which way out. I'm going to need the bricks, but that's bricks done. Let's just put it out of the way for the time being. We can move these sections around after we get each one done and ready. This is copper. We can improve this. This produces 24 molten metal a minute. Consumes 12, so we could double this up. Produces 12. Takes 24. So it's 2 to these, 1 of these. Currently we don't need copper for much. So I might be in... No, because I want to redo all of this. We don't need to go to this extreme, but there's nothing stopping us using this as a template. And then just not building, or only building them out as we need it. Did I never configure those? We didn't. And you just made the plate that gets, or you get the metal for. Okay, and then we would need an electrolysis. Each of those. And that needs water as well. I'm not going to hook up the plates just yet because I don't currently know which direction the water's coming in from. I mean, we probably actually just want to have it in a tank anyway. Okay, so that'll be copper production. Not that we need that much, but I imagine we will do it eventually. And we can just turn off what we're not using. So again, let's pick this up, put it somewhere else. Because... can we... do we actually have access to blueprints? I'm fairly sure I saw blueprints around somewhere. We do have access to blueprints. Not just planning mode. Blueprints. Here we go. Create a new blueprint. Ion plate. Let's save. Four. Bricks. Copper plates. Okay. We could keep digging in, but I do think we need to dig down a bit more. Do I want to put a retaining wall in here? Might need to. What was retaining walls under vehicles? It doesn't recognize where I want to put it. Does this want to be as high as it can go? Now, if we want to have it able to zigzag down, then I need this retaining wall to start going down. Because all this is trying to do is hold in this bit here. It costs the same anyway. And then on the other side there'll be another lower one. No, I do want it to go down. I think this is the way to do it. And then once that's dug out, build the retaining wall going down a bit by bit by bit. I'll allocate that just to try and keep all of that from sinking more than anything else. Okay. What will be our output of this? It's going to be 24, 48, 96. Costs just as much concrete slabs to make them that way. That is a assembly 2 rather than assembly 1, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Right, well, since we're at 5 o'clock, and I need to go to the toilet anyway, I will have my break here. I will let things run. Things look stable, so I don't see any reason to pause it. I'll let it just do what it's going to do. And then I will have something to drink, something to eat, and I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. And we'll figure out where we're going from there, and hopefully at that point we'll be able to finally dig out some coal. Although actually there is one thing we should do first. We should allocate more trees to be cut, because this is where our coal is currently coming from. But yeah, I'll go get all that sorted, and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Right, nothing appears to have broken. They appear to have done the job I've asked them to. So let's... Ah, yeah, we need to remove the terrain designation first. Now we can put in the retaining wall. Okay. We're so close to access to coal. I don't want to touch any more of that until we've got some more of this built. Let's unpause them. We are probably going to want to flatten that that mountain. Okay, where is this? Right, that being the case... Now to get rid of the stone here, and then we can fill that in with dirt. Which will let us have the tree farm here. That is configured for a tree farm still, yep. How's our copper mine doing? You shouldn't be digging out to the point that you're gonna get any sand, so I think I'm okay. The bigger issue is more just that they have to dump off over here. Although you do appear to not be... Oh, you've gone and got yourself stuck. Is there really no way for you? You can get back up here. Come over here. There you go. Go to there, then work on these, then get that. And you'll be fine. Okay. We don't need the space for the extra workers at the minute, but it might be an idea to build them now. Yeah, let's get them on the way so that we can start taking down some of these lower tier ones. Does mean that this is going to need to be moved. I can live with that. Not seeing any coal yet. Once we get an actual coal, then we can turn something or turn off the charcoal ovens. What are they actually called? Coal maker. It's a charcoal oven. Tier 2 housing. Oh, advanced logistics unlocked. Custom routes. Trucks deliver cargo automatically based on priority settings of source and destination buildings. Sometimes you may want to have a greater control over delivery source and destinations or servicing vehicles. Custom routes offer this control and can increase the efficiency and reliability of logistics. A mine control tower can be assigned to export mined products to specific storages. To do this, okay. Assigned storages can be seen in the export routes. And right-clicking with action. The routes can then also be removed by clicking that. When a mining control tower has export routes set up with certain products, trucks will deliver these products only to the assigned storages and nowhere else. Custom routes may also be set. Custom routes may also be set up between storages. The following example shows how a conveyor belt together with custom routes can reduce truck trips. I suppose you're not allowed to directly input into them. Custom routes can also be assigned to fueling stations. Custom routes can be used to assign a fueling station to a mine and control tower to specify fuel preferences for trucks and excavator. Okay. Not that I think that this has been a problem in any way, shape or form at the moment. Okay, that must mean that you are now full of... Yes, okay. Deliver the cargo. Oops, did I never turn them back on? There we go, I'm seeing coal at last. We haven't mined any of it yet, but we are now seeing it at least. don't think we're going to need to go much further down. Yeah, if we level out our mine in here, it will pull all the stuff around it down with it, but... I don't go down. I want you to... There we go. Dig into that bit there. We can start doing the more quarrying bit of the quarrying later. For the sake of completing this... I keep trying to bandbox this in a square, but the bandboxing snaps to the grid. We actually don't have enough storage for a full set of parts too, so that's going to have a vehicle delivering to it. Or more than one vehicle, so it's going to take a while. I mean, there's nothing stopping us building a giant pipeline. Other than potentially the cost of the pipeline. Which isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. Hey, we got the terrain leveling tool. Which is really what we want to be using over here. We can't see underwater. How are we going to manage that? All of the copper is in them there hills. And then we're going to have to start digging down below the water table. Vehicle management 2 then. Two grants of vehicles, transport, leveling. Maintenance depot 2. Vehicles and mining. Yeah, that's vehicle management 3. Advanced logistics control, which is here. I think it's just poorly named. I think technically it's vehicle management 1, vehicle management 2, and then vehicle management 3. is what I think it actually means. Power generation, thermal desalination, salt production, naphtha processing, storage large. Where's storage medium then? Storage 2. Consistency of naming. You love to see it. What's the first one? Isn't it basic storage? Where are they? Train docks maintenance. I don't think we started with the storage. We did research for it. Basic diesel. Well, there's the fuel tank. So there's the other. So yeah, the basic storage came as a collection of things, collection of different researchers. I mean, this is the sort of thing you sort out on the last pass. You don't worry too much about it while you're still in development. I just find it amusing. Multiple names for the same thing. Water recovery is not quite what I'm after. I mean, I would name it water management, is what I would call it. More advanced pipes, which have more than double the throughput. Steel. Better conveyor belts. A fueling station. Mixer. I actually forget the specific name of the things that I'm looking for, and I should know them because I worked in the sodding industry. Admittedly, I wasn't the one installing them, but I've seen them enough times. I used to have a job in land drainage. So I used to know the name of or for the things that you would put in the side of wall or side of the stuff you would use to block water off to stop it from getting in. I cannot remember it for the life of me now. Okay, there we go. Water for the settlement. Got. Captain's office. Research mode. The captain's office. Activate vehicle fuel saver. Okay, good. We're working on this. There is no point whatsoever me leaving this up here, because it's just going to encourage people to come over here and get water from it. So let's pause it. They can empty what water is here. In fact, we'll leave it. We just won't do anything with it. This can't be the only way to make bridges. Although, to be fair, if we did want to bridge this, we would have to build upwards to be at the same level in order to build the bridge. That's how you typically build a bridge. Yes, we know it's not built. That's kind of the point. We want you to dig out this bit so that we can replace it with dirt. We should probably, if we wanted to do that, be a little bit more specific about it. At least for now. Okay, so Research Lab 2, which is going to come along in a little bit. Needs lab equipment, which requires mechanical parts and electronics. We can always rotate it later. Okay, we can't select it yet because we don't have it researched. What are the numbers on it? 12 and 12 every 60 seconds for 24. How much does the research lab need to run? Provides access to a more advanced technology. Important, this lab has to be provided with lab equipment on a continuous basis in order to work. The more labs you have, the faster you research. Labs can return labs can return consumed products in form of recyclables if recycling technology is unlocked. But how fast does it consume? That's its build cost, not its operational cost. It would be nice to know now what its operational cost is. So it takes 12 and 12 to output 24. 12, 12. So direct feed from 2 assemblers. One making mechanical parts. One making copper and rubber. And for the sake of my pedanticness, okay, you just take iron plates. And you're going to need rubber production as well. Rubber gets imported in. Copper is... we can pipe... Yeah, there's no reason not to be piping that stuff in. So that's going to use 15. It's going to use one whole lot of that. Are the other things that we need to have built? Everything's going to require these, so let's have them double produced. Use 12 a second, 12 seconds. Yeah, we need one of those each. So feed that. 6. One of these to feed the both of them. And construction materials can be imported from elsewhere. That only has one output, so we are going to need to feed that. Not into there. No, let's not do it this way. That one I'm happy to do this way because that evens out. So it'll need its own supply. That's a good point. These things can actually manufacture multiple things within the same building. How would you control... Yeah, there's only got one output, so you wouldn't be able to control... It could easily jam. That'll configure itself because it will be getting it fed in from the belts. So that'll double production of these. That's produced elsewhere. Mechanical parts. I mean, for now, let's just in fact, let's build these with the notion that we may want to expand, or they may be expandable later. So, in which case, what we actually want is a flat belt balancer. Okay, so copper is a raw product. All of this is going to need rubber as an input. We'll have one input for every two of these. Why not? Copper can come from elsewhere and it can go in the sides, so I'll just connect these directly. In fact, let's do it this way instead. Just so that these two are in the same location. And I do actually want that to go this way, then that way. That can have its own dedicated copper inputs. These aren't the actual locations that these are going to sit at. Finally, we've mined some coal. We have a coal mine done. Next thing it's waiting on is the research lab, which is what we're kind of working on in a minute. Okay, now that we have the coal mine up and running, let's turn all of these off. We'll leave them for the time being in case we need them. Okay. Was that never built, or is that just empty? Well, that might explain why water is a little bit more scarce here than it should be, it potentially should be. One of those pipes wasn't built. These ones aren't, deliberately so. Okay, good. That's what I wanted you to do. You've done what I wanted you to do. Have you finished digging that bit out? Might need to move that soonish. Let's give it a second truck, because it doesn't really have anywhere to put them. All the stuff is trying to be put over here. I don't know if it needs to have this sorted. Ah yes, once we've got conveyor lifts, we need to add them to this little thing here for our bricks. Right, back to this lot. Okay, so we're going to need at least 3 of these. To keep up with this. So we'll go with 4. Wood is going to need to come in from some sort of storage. I don't know which way around this is going to end up being. We did end up smooshing them together again. Alright, because of that. Fair enough. conveyor lifts has been researched. So if we're going to smoosh them together, and smoosh them together, so we bring you up by one, you up by one, bring the whole lot together, you go straight across into there. Okay, flat belt balancer. And yeah, we can't filter that one yet because this can't be set to the correct thing yet. Okay. We have a lot of construction almost ready. We probably do not have the workers to power all of this, and we need to figure out where we're going to put all of this. But things are getting there. Small excavator struggling to find a destination it can't reach. What you trying to do? I think it's just taking exception to the fact that there's a blueprint here. Can you get to it now? Go on, try again. There's literally nothing in the way. Do job, driving forward. No job. It thinks it's done. The grid disagrees with it. There we go. And yeah, we're going to move all of this stuff anyway. Okay, you have probably run out of tasks as well. Oh, it destroyed the blueprint. It's a bit annoying. fine. I now want you to only deposit dirt. And I want you to flatten out that area. And you can get to flattening out all of this. Actually, let's not have you do that bit, please. Do this bit. Okay. Let's temporarily turn dirt off the global dump. Okay. Full of coal. That's what we want to see. This, however, is not. Drops will not pick up cargo from there. Keep it full. I suppose the way to do it would be to say export to there and there. I don't think there's really a better place to put this. That'll have to stay there for now. What we should have told this to do is empty. Keep it half full. We have a bunch of wood, so we can... Price just went up, that's fine. There we go, we have our ship. You have nothing in the cargo hold. You have enough fuel to make a journey. And we have sufficient resources to build both of these. There's our tree planter. Okay, that still counts as arable land, even though it's got some stone in it. So long as it's mostly dirt, it appears to be good enough. Collides with terrain. Oops, we accidentally deleted it. It is a good job. Yeah, okay, so we're going to need we're going to need something to flatten this area out here a bit. Well, we can move it up a bit further. The brickwork doesn't need to go there. Let's move it temporarily. Get the blueprint back out again. Oh, right, yeah, and the brickworks actually isn't finished. Conveyor lift. Interesting. Loose lift. Okay, that connects all that up. Does that take power? It does take a little bit of power. There we go. So that protects the ramp. With the ramp protected, let's mark these off. Okay. Because we're going to use this bit here as a ramp to get further down. Okay, so it does remember when we set it to be... Yeah, that's useful. Okay, good. When we set it to be a level. Can we go up? We can create slopes. Okay, good. Probably ready to allocate out the next chunk. Seeming easy. Okay, we need to start placing this stuff now. I think, yes. Should now be able to put this back down. Wants to go here. You grow trees. You grow nothing. You grow something just to grow something. And you grow nothing again. Okay. Unpause these. Can I easily transfer population over? Okay, so that holds 130. We can safely delete both of these. Ah, right. Can't delete that one yet because that's attached to it. We wanted to redo this bit anyway. Okay, good. And then we'll upgrade these ones next, as and when we need them, because this is going to give us a pretty healthy population to work with. We are steadily running out of food, though. Let's turn that back on then. Deconstruct is set to emptying. Okay, good. Right. Water facility. Again, why does it have to be that way round? I'm going to immediately unpause that. I'm just thinking about the fact we can have a clean road going straight the way along down there, but the pipes are going to be in the way one way or another. But we have a solution to that, don't we? That we've just not been using because we've not needed it. There we go. Okay, you're running, you're running. You want to have that and that. Why can't we import from that? So food comes out there, so let's just run that into, I assume it's perfectly fine to put it into a unit storage. And I assume you can hold saplings. And then I assume I can tell you to load from there. Even if I can't tell you to load from the farm itself. And once they've done flattening that out, and we'll end up moving this in a minute as well. We'll let them flatten this out and then we'll move this over to here, here-ish, so that we can continue to remove this part of the mountain here. Particularly dry summer. These actually have pretty large storages for food. But eventually we're just going to be able to belt the food straight in. Potatoes come out there, they come out there. Once we can move all of this. Fertilizer will also let us get a bit more food. So 2 of these were starting to reduce when we had about 200 and... we'll call it 260 to be conservative, so each one can support around about 130. So we should be good until we have 600 and... sorry, it's not... 390, and then we're going to start having food problems again. But we'll expand out the number of these we have and we'll build a much bigger water storage area. Hurrah! Okay, you've already brought them back, wonderful. Provides food to the settlement. This one can store multiple types of products. That will be useful. It's a little ways out though. That's just twice the size. Looks like they're just taller versions than the existing ones. Whereas these look like they're actually just wider versions as well. They're just much bigger. Yeah, they're huge. That's fine. Good, that's all nice. Where are we going to store the wood? At the minute we have storage over here for wood and a bunch of other things. But that's mostly just to offload this lot rather than anything else. That's something we haven't currently got down for building over here. What do they need? Mechanical parts and vehicle parts. Oh, for electronics and mechanical parts, rather. Do I want to buffer those? I don't think we've currently allocated anything to make mechanical parts, have we? Location explored. We'll have a look at that in a second. Where is maintenance building? We'll store them. No, we will have it output into those directly. No, we'll store them first because they're used for a few things. Do it the way that we've done it for everything else. Don't... Did I cut or... I cut that box. I meant to copy it. And then we take the output from there, flat belts balancer. We currently only need 2 of these, but I might set this up with 3 this time round. We're a little ways off getting the next tier. We don't have anywhere near the resources to build all of this, though. We just spent a huge amount making this thing. So we'll have to be a little bit selective about the order we build them. Okay, you're refueled. Fuel for 1,000 kilometers. You have been told not to, yeah, trucks will not interact with that one. Why are they not emptying this? The trucks are stable. They should be able to pick up from here and get rid of the rest of this. Okay, you're done. Fair enough. Why is no truck coming over here to get the rest of this water? That's why. Because it still didn't have a place to put it. Export priority 1. Take from there, put to there. That'll do it. I'll allow them to get under there and over here if they need to at some point. Right. Single excavator. 1 truck. Terrain flattening. Where are you? Can I get you to come over here first? Get these. Okay. First pirates. Oh, we got some wheat seeds. It's a little bit further down the tech tree to be able to do anything with those. Need to get the burner first. Why do we need the burner to be able to... Why is burner required for wheat? Right, we were telling you not to worry about all of this stuff and focus on this bit first. Get the easy stuff that's in the area we actually want to build in. And then I'll let you worry about the harder stuff. In fact, let's get rid of all of that as well. Just get all of this. Then we'll tell you to get the rest of it. Okay. Resources, lots of coal. Still got plenty of copper. Yeah, we're getting it in batches. Okay, good. We're planting trees. Okay, ship is back. Okay, I'm happy for the position of these two. That's our iron, that's our copper. The brick is mostly just used for well, the brick is mostly just going to be used for construction materials. Let's research materials. This one here is all our construction materials. It's also going to need wood. Do we need... We'll assign one truck to it. And we'll have one unit storage nearby. That area there also isn't flat. Oopsie daisy. Wrong button. Actually, let's... Oh, little mountain there as well. Let's put that there. Tell them to build it. Edit designation area. We might end up getting some sand out of this, but we'll see. We can put dirt back on if it isn't, yeah. Valid export. Didn't realise I was running on one time speed. That's my bad. Push a button on my idle game. Still playing Idle Wizard at the minute. There is some copper in the water. I think what we'll end up having to do is just mine down to sea level. But how do we get rid of the water that's there? I think what we would need to do is dump. That's still -2. -6. I don't think we can get these bits. We'd need to dump basically a line or a barricade of dirt or something. Like along here, and then why do you want to go to +2 suddenly? And then we'll ride the way along here. To stop it from flooding, but it would have to be rock. I'm fairly sure if we make it dirt, then it may just flood. But we got a long while until we need to actually worry about doing that kind of thing. We've got all of this here, and then all of this over here. So we shouldn't be too concerned. The excavator hasn't been built yet. Why? You are waiting on fuel. Are we running low on fuel? We might be running a little low on fuel. You're not getting coal. Oh, balls. That's entirely my bad. First priority is get coal over there, so we have fuel. I don't think we necessarily need this running 24/7, but it doesn't use any resources. We're not irrigating it. And these don't go bad. This may just be a little bit of a waste of space. Unless we massively or greatly increase the amount of wood that we're making. Because these trees are going to take 12 years to grow. I didn't actually notice that they had I've always been too far out to notice that these actually have their storage mounts indicated on the side of them. I'm too used to playing this sort of game well zoomed out. Okay, are you getting water? Not currently. We'll allow them to grab wherever they want for the time being. Because we're going to move all of this to this area here, and we're going to have a bunch of tanks at the top. And everything will go up into the tanks and then out from there. Whether by truck or by pipe. Okay. So that's 60 between them all, more or less. And current belt speed is 60, isn't it? Yeah. 12, 24, 48. $72, so we will need 2 belts for all of this. I'm hoping that does actually put onto the belt and isn't like a crossover. And then we have two outputs there. Mine control tower has no mining designations in this area. Okay, good. Can't plant trees there because it's stone. Get the easy bits first. How do you still have... How do you still not have any fuel? These have coal now. Because we need more pumps. We don't need more of this just yet, we just need more pumps. Okay. Research Lab 2 is almost done. So we start with this. Hey, we can flip it. How and where to place this, though, and all of this stuff in general. We have to find a place for each of these sections. Did I ever make a... I didn't. Okay. Am I happy with the position of both of these? We are working to flatten out the land a bit more. If I could have them directly mirroring each other, that would be grand. Or directly opposite each other. I know I allocated that bit. Can you do this bit first? U-shaped sorter allows sorting of products. Flat sorter. So now we can actually do something with just having one output for all of these. Although you still run the risk of clogging the belt by having two items on each individual belt, unless you have an item sink somewhere. When I put that there, can I then just belt over the top of them? Sorry, not belt over the top. Can I just build another one of these over the top? Or would I need to change this to... That wouldn't work either. Large ramp would do it. Since the waste dump site is over here, we have some spare Unity. We can't, however, allocate... Maybe we can. Import from... Nope. Current research is too advanced for our lab. That's because we have done everything that can be researched with what we have. Conveyor lifts, smart conveyors, research 2. And I'm probably going to move this, I think. It does indeed have an input and an output, so we will have this. Where was our research thing? This was it, wasn't it? No. This one. Yes. How have you still not been built? Do I really need to build yet another pump? This produces 18 every 60 seconds. Yes, in fact we do need to build more pumps. In fact, having 2 of these is apparently absolutely pointless. 18... 36... 54. So it's 3 for every 1. Let's fluid balance this. We shouldn't need to, but we will do. And we will have to pray that what we have will be sufficient. Transport pipe balancer. Okay, we need all of that to be torn down. Pause. Put that there. That will double our fuel production. How much fuel do we still have in this one? Reasonable amount, it looks like. Okay. Good. You flattened out the bit that I needed you to flatten out. Thank you very much. Continue flattening, please. Okay, finally built. Okay, we should be able to see. That's research speed. Needs 4 every 20 seconds. And this will be producing 24, so one of these can power 5 of these. That is significant. That's significant enough that we probably want to have the research labs placed somewhere else then, because otherwise they're going to just use a whole bunch of space. Or would it be better to import the resources and produce on site? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to borrow you. Just so we can flatten this area out faster. And likewise, I'm going to borrow you. And add you over here as well. Let's just get this area as flat as we possibly can. We can't go any further up than this, otherwise we're entering into where we're going to be mining coal. And I think we can probably just get away with mining this lot out without breaking a wall. If we build this wall right the way over here, we are going to have to dip it down a little bit there. But we need to actually get production for the wall or concrete production up and running. We've made little bits of progress. Do I need to allocate a truck to you? Oh, you're right. No point you two staying there. You empty as well? You're empty as well. Okay. Just to speed up the flattening. The great flattening. How flat is this entire area? Not nearly flat enough. We can make this thing perfectly flat. Why not make it perfectly flat? I don't think I can get a lot of this in the area of this. We'll try though, we'll see how big we can make it. As far out as I can push that one, that's not going to be in range. We could in theory drag this over here, but what we'll do is we'll let this finish off flattening this area. And then we'll move this over to here to do this area. Interesting, it's not letting me go out as far that way this time round. Okay, fuel production is back on the menu. 30... Oh, we might actually not be able to output all of the exhaust while these two are running at maximum capacity. Yeah, they generate slightly more exhaust than this thing can spit out on its own. It's not a big deal. It's only going to reduce the efficiency slightly. Our food supply is still going down. Our population hasn't increased enough that I suppose we do have a we can turn that off. That would have been or wouldn't have been helping. I'm curious about something. I'd seen in some locations a box that allows you to enable an alert. And I was wondering whether or not I could enable an alert specifically when a resource gets below a certain point. Okay, food consumption has been going up in line with population. More or less. Yeah, that isn't enabled currently, that's fine. We can probably reduce maintenance. We've just increased fuel production, so let's swap that. We are going to need a bunch of these. Do I want to stockpile them now? We absolutely don't have the workers to be able to activate all of these yet. Let's pull one excavator out of here. Add it back to here. Okay, the thing that's slowing this down is more trucks than it is excavators. So let's put excavators back. Yeah, I know there are mine designators out of the area. They are deliberately avoiding the blueprints. There aren't any blueprints that's going to stop them from digging, is there? Yes. Okay. We have so much copper, we don't need these running. Let's have them back over here, or that back over here. The coal we are still using, but everything else, we've more or less maxed out our resources. The fuel just needs moving around. So no, we need to keep at least one iron, one coal going while we're doing the rest of this, because we need to be able to make maintenance packs. Vegetable farm dried out due to lack of water. And now it rains. It's all going to be moved later, but if water is giving us a problem still, we should expand it now. Okay, that's how much water's in the reserve. Does the reserve replenish? I wonder. Is that how much oil is... yeah, in this entire thing? So we've gone through almost half of it. That's a problem. We ain't going to be able to get up to that. Half of it. We can fix things, or things become less of a problem if we can get a cargo depot, I think. Oil drilling technology. Yeah, we need these two pieces of research. So we should be okay. We should be able to, if we have more than half of that reservoir left, we should be able to get these technologies before we run out of oil. Cargo depot, fuel module, loose module, unit module. Produces high pressure steam by burning these products such as coal to boil water. Desalination, or distillation rather, stage 1. So this is a more efficient way of producing fuel. Flare stack will allow us to burn off any excess. While we don't have a means of using them. We need to discover an oil rig in the world. Yeah, so that's good. We should be fine. We've been going for about 12 hours so far. We have just doubled the rate that we're going to get rid of that, so in theory it will run out in about 6 hours. But by that point we should have all of this bits here sorted and ready. That'll do. Any more than that is excessive. We're digging out as fast as we can. Let's put it back on 2 times speed. Coal, rock, and dirt. Yes, you do. Coal, rock, and dirt. That's strange. I know why it's done that, but it shouldn't have done. It's because this was the one that was previously assigned to here. And you're going to have the same problem. You can't use this because it's been allocated to this. Except assigned only. Okay, that's right. So if we turn that off, there we go. That's how we can do it. Very, 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 very slowly this bridge is being built. It hasn't even got to the tricky bit yet. Although, to be fair, the deepest part of it is still the flat part of it. I absolutely would have been better off building over here, but never mind, it's too late. We've committed to that path now. Some mine, yes we know. Okay, so everything else is fine. They're all working as fast as they can. Good. Do we have 5 of them? Yeah, there's the 5th one. Okay. You go there. Final offer. I mean, if I was just going to do that, then we don't need the belts. Or at least we don't need this belt sorter. It can't do that because of that one. Because they're going to try to then input into each other. So this will have to go to there in order to maintain that. And we can then cut this section here and move it that way a bit. That gives us our iron plate output. Where did I put you? Yes. I don't think I can put you over here yet. No, we need to flatten things out slightly more over here first. How's our food? Our food's stabilized, but it's not going up. It's not going up at a speed that I would like. Let's stop population growth for the time being. It looks like it'll be Saturday that we actually start mass production, or this tripling of our production. Okay, our fuel is stable again. For having so little to actually flatten, it does seem to be taking a while. 2 here. Well, a bunch of them have come over here now. Let's have a look at how many we actually have. We have 7 total. 5 of them are here. 1 of them's in the coal mine. 1 of them's in the iron mine. So that's fine. Let's unassign the cutter from here. Where's the other one? Assign one truck to each of them. I keep accidentally sending the speed back down to 1 because I want to press like 1 to access these. Okay, we are getting a slow increase in food. For now, let's actually just add these to the cycle. Because we planted all the trees. Haven't we? Yes, we planted all the trees that are currently in its area. We'll probably expand its area further upwards and out this way a bit more, so this like area here, once this is gone, if we do need more trees. But for now, what it has is fine. Just want to move it over. I don't like that. Nutrient replenishment doesn't need the water to be irrigated. It's literally wasting water by doing that. I don't like that. Never mind. They're all in the same cycle. Actually, no, that one's on a different cycle now. You immediately go to the next cycle. As do you. Not that they're going to be able to keep that up just because of they're not going to be able to keep up enough water. I don't think I'm going to be able to supply enough water with these. We may just have to truck the water in or pipe it from over here. I forgot there was a whole bunch of oil in there, but we'd have to get down to it. Yeah, that ain't happening anytime soon. Vehicle lift, please. I wonder how much oil is actually down there. As we can now clearly see our coal. I'll pretend I didn't see those. I think the digger can probably still get to them. Okay, they're getting there. They're making progress. Let's put you on speed 3. Things are basically stable at the minute. The only thing we're worried about is running out of oil before we're in a position to actually start doing stuff. Okay, I don't know if they got transported over there or what, but they didn't just get voided, which is good because I was hoping they would not just be voided. We don't have the tech for it yet, but let's start making preparations for it. That's going to be where I'm probably going to put the trade ship. Trade ship? It's not what I'm thinking of. No, trade ship is right. The dock for the trade ship where it's going to be able to drop off its oil and whatnot else. Methinks is the plan. If I tell you to move over to here, you probably won't, so let's just discourage you from doing any of that for a moment. No, we'll move that one over rather than do anything with this. You can go back to digging. Okay, good, that bit's all done, that bit's all done. Copy you, put you there. Edit the area. All of that will be your next working area. Lovely piece of flat land. Excellent, pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Move these out of the way so they're not interrupting. You did get some sand. I thought you might do. Just destroy it for the time being. Okay, we really should start stockpiling this because we're going to need a lot of it. Because most of the assemblies over here are assemblies 2s, and they're 30 apiece. Okay, it looks like all done. We have leveled out everything I care to level out. I mean, there's probably some leveling to be done there. We might as well, this thing's still built here and within range. Go get that lot. Perfectly smooth. Don't mind the grass. Okay. Actually, no, let's build a fresh one for this. You should still be able to get out of there. Right. Demolish that. You can have your 2 back. This might end up getting some sand as well, but we'll see. They've all got a little bit of sand in them. It's a ghost image. It's not real. Give them a second. That's 1. Speed up. Yes, you can. Where are you trying to get to? No, I'm not entirely sure where this was supposed to be placed. There-ish, wasn't it? Bring it over a little bit. There will do. Right. Okay, so that goes there. Let's put in copper production here for the time being. And then brick production was going directly next to it. I'm going to move that one up so that vehicles can get around the back of it to get to the bricks. Vegetable farm died due to lack of water. That's something I didn't think about specifically. 60 per second. Okay, so you can work with all three of those. You are going to be slightly overloaded if you're working off of actual copper. That's fine. I think we're getting an upgraded version of the smokestack soon anyway. That's a flare stack, yeah. Large smokestack. We apparently lost the connection on that. That's fine. I'm going to move it around to here so it's out the way. We do have to delete all of this anyway because the output's over here now. Bring the speed back down while we finish this off. Okay. There we go. And yeah, they're not going to overload that flare stack. One of these. Yeah, same deal as the copper, that's fine. Okay. Do I figure out where everything's going to be first, or do I start building it all? Oh, wait, no, we don't want to import from there. All of these are configured and we'll update our blueprints. Import into here, don't export from here, import here to here, don't export from here. Keep it as full as you can. Export from here, don't import. Import from here, keep it as full as you can. Good. Okay, 12 per second on each, so... Do not import, export. Should have just copied from this. Okay, we could actually belt from here into all of these, since it's nearby. So it's an option we'll think about. I'm tempted to get the copper up and running now, so that I can tear this bit down and start redoing all of this so that we can actually get a better water supply. Or try to improve our existing water supply more accurately. I think I'm going to leave these over here, and then we will belt things over to here, and we'll actually do the construction bit over all of the construction stuff over here. So we did build most of these backwards as a result, but that's fine. Let's get everything that needs raw iron first. I actually don't want vehicles to get down here, or to want to go through here, if we can avoid it. Although, yeah, they're going to need to pick up things like this. So all the iron and brick. Got 2 lots of iron. Then 1 load of copper and brick, so we've got 4 belts. That's enough room for 6. That's enough room for 3. 9 apiece, 15 apiece. Do we need raw iron to go in anything else at the minute? Yes, we also need it for vehicle parts. How many for vehicle parts? 6 for vehicle parts. So 36. 2 of these. But we need another one for a third one, so... Okay. One line of these will feed these. The machine parts. We're going to move this. They are not the thing we're looking for. These engine parts need electronics, so... In fact, we was going to planning to just import the electronics into there via with a vehicle. Looking at how we have this set up. But with this kind of range, we could just belt them in. I wonder if vehicles will be able to reach this one. Okay, raw copper needs to come to here. We need to get raw copper to here as well. And we're planning on moving this and putting them somewhere else and exporting from this. I'm going to move this down here. I'm also going to get rid of these. Okay, so we'll get rid of that one. I think we will still have that bottom bridge. No, we should have a bridge all the way along here so that anything can get down there if it needs to. We don't need to bridge over that. Should we just connect the bricks up first? I think to keep, or given that these ones need 3 inputs, we are just going to have to conveyor lift them in. How high are you? You're 3 off the ground. Make you 1 off the ground. Fairly sure. Oh, we could... It can do that. It's the only way that's going to work. But we're not going to be able to do that on this side. You'll need to do that. Why are you bending to go over the top of that one? Okay, we'll just use conveyor lifts again. It's only power, and we should, in theory, only need to do it here. Don't snap. Okay. Okay, bricks go in there, and then the iron will go in here, and the extra iron can go right the way over the top. And the copper, which is on its own belt, will also go right the way over the top. Can we get the... 3 is as high as we can go, isn't it? Yeah, we can't go over the top of that, so we do have to go over the top of all of this, which is fine. So that'll be iron. Vegetable farm once again dying due to lack of water. And that's copper. Okay, that is where it needs to be for that to work. It's fine. That's copper going over to there. But we also need to bring copper down to here. Thank you. I was hoping you would do that. So now we'll bring it to there, because we need to get these out of here into here. Copper needs to come over there. We could bring another copper line along there and along there, along there, and around. How's our food? Our food is up here. Okay, our food's good. Right. Okay. Let us pause. We are past end point. We will finish rooting all of this stuff together at the start of the next episode on Saturday, and then we'll start building it all and try and figure out how to build it in such an order that makes sense. At the minute, I don't know how we're going to give access to this. We need to bring these belts down, because that's going to need iron in it. In fact, isn't there something we've forgotten? There is, isn't there? The iron that goes over, and then you've got this secondary iron belt, and we need to actually pull off of the secondary iron belt as well. I think, if I remember correctly, the intent is that the topmost iron belt feeds these two. And that bottom iron belt will have to come down here and go underneath here to come over to this. But we'll figure out that routing at the start of next episode, as I was saying. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Saturday, usual time, 2 PM BST onwards. So hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.